All right, check. Okay. Fu Manchu, how's it going? Let's go. C++. Let's do it. Hope you're alright this morning. Okay. Literally getting started. Cool. Yeah, me too. Got in the office 5 minutes ago. Right. Today I am working on drawing the rooms out in the game code. First, we need to do this. We need to sort it and not have it crash. So it's crashing because of this river section range, which points to a sprite, and we're obviously sorting the sprites. So they doesn't work anymore. So we're just going to go auto sprite copy sprites, and we'll sort on the sprites copy. And we want to go through them all. By index, probably. Fu Manchu, are you working on anything good today? You're just preparing all the handover stuff. Woot Dragon, did it fix your arena allocators? They're not broken, believe it or not. One thing that's not broken at the moment. There is only one arena allocator in the whole engine, actually. I think, at the moment. Hope you're alright, Woot Dragon. Good morning, or good evening, where you are. Okay. If sprites copy s dot type is not equal to the river section, just continue. This right now is just broken for river sections, so I just need to do a little patch. Still handover. Yeah, cool. Finishing tasks pending, yeah. It'll be a long 6 weeks, maybe. Okay. So we are in a river section now. So we need to get the river sections out as well. Level. River. Get rivers, get river sections. River sections. So river sections point to sprites. Sprite index. We have to say if. Okay, for auto section in river sections, if section sprite index is equal to s, got a memory blank there. Kicking back and enjoying some video games. Nice one. I want to do that as well. We need to basically find the sprite. So obviously this is right. Let's just run this. So we'll go through the actual sprites. We need to find out where this sprite is in the new sprites copy. They have IDs, so we can do that. So we'll go. I don't believe this spaceship operator can exist in the CPP file. We'll just test it. I don't think it can. No. Secret template. So we need to go section sprite index is equal to the sprite copy index of sprites s.id. I think that will work. And this can just be where arg.sprite index is equal to s. Ryan Fleury says I'm doing arenas wrong.
People have probably called them like region allocators. Like there's lots of different names.
Arena sounds so badass. I can see why it's like
Everyone is doing memory management wrong.
Flexible JSON-like format that I designed. That I have.
Well, it's an hour long, so unfortunately I can't watch it all.
So I'll just wait.
I'll assume they're telling the truth. That's a very clickbaity title, isn't it, that? I do like Ryan Fleury. Okay, cool. So it was 5. And now it's 148. So we'll just see if that stops the crash. No, doesn't. Oh, because we need to swap. We forgot to do the swap. So we need to do standard swap sprites copy. So if this doesn't crash, we can move on to actually drawing out. It does crash. Array index out of bounds. Where are we now? So this is in ticking the trees. So right. So there must be a tree thing that refers to the sprites as well. Tick room. Trees. Ah yeah, tree sprite index. So we need to do the same thing. So alpha sprites s.type is equal to e sprite type tree. Well, to be fair, we can just do this. In level, get trees where arg.sprite index is equal to s. Tree sprite index is equal to sprites copy Index of sprites. ID. Okay. It does seem a bit smug. I haven't watched him too much, but I've watched a couple of his streams. I mean, he's a good coder. That's kind of what I mean. Obviously, you're all doing memory allocation wrong, whatever the title was. He's coming from a lofty position to say that, but I think that's more just trying to get views, isn't it? And Pons as well. Pons do it. Pond dot sprite index equals to sprites copy index of sprites SID. So this is just remapping because we're sorting the sprites and all these referred to them by index. So we need to remap the indices to the sorted array instead. Hi, Power Checker, how's it going? Today, working on. Oh, the lights don't work. Working on drawing this out in the game. Right now, it's just a hodgepodge of code that I've put there in Tick Room, which is all sorts of. Which isn't, you know. Just had this in here while I was building out the level data compiler thing. So sprites doesn't lights don't work. Don't crash though, which is interesting. So I bet that it does refer to some kind of sprite index. So I'm preparing now. So one thing, what I'm going to do is the level is just going to be a list of sprites, but the sprites are going to have, they're all different types of sprites, like trees, ponds, rivers, lights, grass, and I want them all to be grouped together in the array. So the room can just be like, from this index to this index is where all your trees are. We've been using for the past 20 years. Definitely clickbait, yeah. Unfortunately, I think to succeed in like the YouTube space now, you've got to be clickbaity. I don't like it. Some people aren't, which is nice. I tend to watch those guys. But most people want the engagement, I suppose, of a clickbait title. So light sprite index as well. So a lot of them refer to sprite indices. So this is if. So how do we see if it has lighting on it? Because that is not an independent thing. I don't think it is. Or it might be. It's not a separate. It's not a type of sprite of light. It's just lights. We just have lights in the level. Get lights. It's actually for auto light. In level get lights where arg.spriteIndex equals S. Light sprite index is equal to sprites copy index of sprites SID. This tests on the actual sprite type. But lights isn't a sprite type. Lights just exist in the level. Still need to swap over the index though. Oof, now I have a DirectX error. So that is... see what actually a light has in it. So sprites copy light. Where is the light? No, the light isn't there. The light's here. What's owner sprite index? Sprite index, owner sprite index. What is owner sprite index? Ah, it's the light sprite index. Ah, and the owner sprite index. Oh, because there's a light, but there is a light sprite. And then there's also an owner sprite. Okay, I've got that wrong then. So it is actually else if sprite s type is equal to light. And then we want the owner sprite index. Um, all right, there we go. So what we have now in game level, take the room, all of the sprites are grouped. So they're all the normal ones. Got one tree one, got all these framed animation ones. We've got grass, all this grass, one cloth. So they're all grouped. So we need these groups in the room. Basically. We've kind of half done it with trees and rivers. These, not so much. So I want to get away from doing this, you see. I don't want any ifs, really, like this. This is not great code, this. So the lights and stuff should already be sorted by... Oh, they won't because we're swapping them over. Okay, so what we also need to do then is sort all river sections, trees, ponds. So we will do auto. Would return sprite index with the other sprite index. That will allow us to sort the rivers. So we'll do standard ranges, sort, level, river sections. And then we may as well sort the lights. Got 2 delete below, so I'll do it here. Light. Ponds as well. Standard. So we're just sorting them all. So all the sprite indices line up basically. I think it would be better for the cache. I mean, there's not. I don't know if there's really going to be that many sprites per level, to be honest. But we may as well do it. This only happens like when you compile the level data on my computer. So we may as well just sort it once. Get it off to a fail. And then when it comes in, it's actually sorted by sprite index. So the next one, so we've got light, rivers, ponds. So we might do trees first. Then rivers, then ponds. So we've got light, pond, river, tree. So the trees... This is level 3. Ooh, not by type though. It's wrong. Hang on a second. Check I haven't done the other ones by type. Oh, it's by sprite index, not type. Okay. So we could sort the submeshes as well. I think we probably will do that. Let's check that this doesn't crash the game first. We need something where there's 2 lights. There's only like... where are we? Where's lights? Okay, let's check that we don't crash. Oh, that everything renders okay. Good. So also what we want to do, we should probably sort the submeshes as well. So level submesh. What do we want to sort it on? I think we need to make a temporary so we need to do like level submesh, new submeshes, and that is well, let's get the submeshes. Submeshes, get count. And then So this has to happen on the sorted, actually. On the sorted ones. So we just want to go sprite dot submesh index is equal to new submeshes, add submeshes sprite submesh index, but this is add unique, and the submesh needs something to determine if it's unique. Yeah, the ID. And then we need to do standard swap submeshes to new submeshes, like that. So that will basically put all the submeshes in order. So we have new submeshes, and the sprites now, if you look at the submesh indices, 0, 1, 2, 3. So they're all in order as well. So when we're like blasting through them, everything can line up in the cache or in memory. So also I did notice there that it might have been in leveled sprite. This segment count now doesn't need to be there, because we've put that actually in the vertex itself. Segment count refers to grass. What's going on here? So this goes away now. We're not drawing grass like this anymore. Which is good, because not all sprites are grass, so why all sprites need a segment count? Don't get. Cool. Okay, so now I'm gonna check in, and I'm gonna just start dismantling. I'm going to start dismantling things that we don't need anymore. All these 2 delete belows, I'm going to do that now. Start at the top. So we need to work on this as well. This is needed for gameplay. That currently doesn't get passed in. This is like what kind of sprite it is for gameplay reasons. That needs to get sorted out. Delete below. There's all this stuff. This will all need to get deleted as well. I'm just going to delete all these and then fix all the compiler errors. Which there will be many. Okay. So they go away and they go away. Rivers. I'm not going to work on deleting stuff out of the CPP file yet. We'll just if zero them out for now. Do one thing at a time. Okay. Position. Doesn't know about position. Tick async position of what? This. The level tree. So position must come from sprite index position. Position is undefined. It must have been 0 before. I'm just going to remove it and see if it still works. Could be offset. I reckon that's what it is. Offset.x. We'll fix that if it's wrong. Right, so these can all go away now. There's a lot of stuff that can go away. So the default generator now has in the old and the new generation system. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. So in terms of nav meshes, regions and paths, we haven't done that yet. They're not going to be, I don't think they're going to actually belong in the level anymore. I'm going to put them in a separate data structure that's always in memory. That's something I learned, is that because levels aren't always in memory because they contain big things like textures. But if you might want to do some pathfinding for something that's off screen and not in memory. You might want to do that. You know, you might want a character to walk from A to B off screen. So the nav meshes and stuff have to be in memory all the time. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. All these are gone. So what I'm going to do is you might need to refer back to this later. Some of it later. I might not delete everything. Grass section I don't think we use either. Anymore. So basically I think what I'm going to do is just get rid of all of this. But first get rid of it from the header file. So that one, all these basically. We've got PSD layers to sprites. I think that can go as well. Those two can go. That can go. Might be deleting too much. Tilebook. We don't need tilebook forward declared anymore. All this can go. Alright, let's just check that this file builds. PSD layers to sprites. Gone. Build rooms. Also gone. Composite image stuff, gone. And then we have build rooms 2 now becomes build rooms. 2 build rooms is, don't want that. And we have the PSD stuff. PSD layers to sprites. It's not 2 anymore. Alright. Let's see if this... Okay, so this one works. This builds now, this file. Like all this stuff, I don't know if I'm going to put in the level anymore. So that's probably going to be after I've done this drawing of the level. I want to work on this stuff now. Like after that. Okay, so the tilebook generator, I think as a file, well, what is the pack? Default pack generator. Does that use the tilebook generator? Probably does. Might rewrite this as well. In a similar way to the level generator. A lot of rewriting. That means I can get rid of the tilebook generator. That just uses some things that we've just deleted. That's the thing. Yeah, I'm just going to delete it. So this is in the engine. Default tilebook generator. What's it called? No, just a tilebook generator. Night Child. Grinding Ben Games. Yeah. Good morning, you alright? I'm just culling out a load of stuff. I'm just deleting on a rampage. So the pack generator. This is going to work differently. So I don't really know if I want to keep this. See if I can get away with just getting rid of a bunch of stuff. Keeping some of it. Bug generator. Working but not working. Oh, right, thank you. I'll refresh it and see what happens. Let's see. There we go. Thanks for that. Sometimes you just need to randomly refresh stuff on this. It's like quite flaky. It seems to have a problem with refreshing the browser source. Alright. So we don't have this tilebook generator. Maybe we... Yeah, I think we do need to get rid of this. And this is we're gonna have to write it a similar way. So packs are like levels, but they're not as complicated, and they just store assets. They don't store like all the drawing information. So it shouldn't be as complicated to make. One of these pack generators. It won't take us long. So we'll just delete it. Delete stuff until it compiles, eh? And then we'll worry about it later. Okay. Keep going. Talbot generator. Default level generator. Right, so that's gone. Position is not a member. So draw level trees in world is not a call anymore that we're making. I believe. Section vertex range. Begin a river section internal. So these can all go away. As long as they're not being used by the... It is actually being used by the board. So we can actually delete the internal one. So this, I believe, becomes this. And we've got a river section type section, so it's all named the same. It's fine. That goes away. That goes away. That goes away. All right. Keep going. So we have this thing called Draw River. Draw River in World. River content data. I wonder if the actual editor is using this instead of this. This puts all reflections in and stuff. So maybe we can get away with deleting that. So if you look at the game board content, the renderer for rivers. I just call begin river section. So is anyone calling Draw River in World? I don't think so. That's great, that can go away then. And then we'll just run it, check for crashes. Just deleted a lot of code there. And then we'll begin culling out all of the stuff in the game level that we don't want. I think the game level... So the game level originally holds basically everything in... So each game level gets a folder. And then this all belongs to the game level. So each game level in the game could store anything in these folders. I think the game level now is going to be more just the drawing stuff. The stuff like the brains and the cutscenes and the dialogue is going to get put into like a world object, I think, instead, which is always in memory. So no matter where you are in the game, you can access, for instance, a character's patrol, even if it's in a different game level. Otherwise, if you wanted to do that, if the game level wasn't in memory and you wanted to get to Jenny's patrol in the boat game level, and it wasn't in memory, you'd have to load the entire level, which includes all the textures and the sounds and everything. So I think we're going to do it like that instead. So all of this, so the game level is just referring to the drawing stuff and the audio, the big assets basically. So if this doesn't crash, that'll be awesome. That'll be coffee celebration. Right, don't crash. Brilliant work. Right, so the next thing to do is in game level. The actual level itself has a lot of stuff in it that we don't need now. If we're only doing drawing stuff, this is going to be quite a big refactor because other systems probably do look for like triggers. What I might have to do is not refactor them out yet. We'll just do the drawing stuff, and then we might have to build out the world object with triggers and stuff, and you know, these conditions and everything into the world object and the events. But that's after coffee. I'm going to make up a coffee. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright. So, I think the easiest way to cull this is to look. Well, we'll check in. So we can go back if it all goes wrong. Is to look at the tick room. And look what we use and delete what we don't. So we definitely use rooms, sprites, rivers. I don't know if we do use rivers anymore. We do. So that's the way to connect two river sections together. Vertices, grass vertices, river vertices, submeshes, which are not really vertices. All this stuff. Yeah, rig initial state, rigs. Rig initial state, rig data, and rigs. I believe we use all of those. So we use rig state, rigs, rig data. So we've got binary serializer, load animated rigs. Is that a thing? I think it is a thing. Can stop running the asset compiler all the time now as well. Yeah, so loading animated rigs. Yeah, so we do need rig data. So we need all of those. This is going to be the line of... whoops. Delete below. Delete below. Delete below. Sound actually is something we've not actually worked on for the level generator. I'm unsure about sounds. They're such big files that maybe that gets put into its own. Well, I don't know. We'll have to work it. We'll have to work it out. Its own kind of like, if this is already loaded, don't reload it type job. Sounds we'll put above, put here. All this stuff's going to end up being in like the world, like including colliders, because again we might want to walk an NPC across the map into areas that aren't in memory, so they will need colliders to do that. Framed animations. Definitely need that. And lights. They're there really. That group here. So this is like data. This is like the high level description of the actual content. This is the meshes, or the parts, the pointers into the meshes. This is the vertex data, so pond vertices. Where are we drawing ponds? So we need ponds vertices and ponds. Beesmas X, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just working on drawing the level out. Busy with exams, alright, how's it going? It's okay. Engine's coming along alright. The asset compiler's done. Well, the actual drawing part of the level compiler is done. The part of compiling the stuff we draw, I should say, is done. Yeah, I hope your exams are going alright. Stressful time, innit? Exams. Distance fields, I don't think we need anymore, because that's just in textures. So that means level distance field we don't need anymore. Cloth mesh. So where are we drawing cloth? Cloth mesh. We do need cloth meshes. So we've called it cloth mesh. Maybe level cloth would be better. It's probably used all everywhere as a cloth mesh though. Software development exam in 2 days. Yeah, cool. Basic data knowledge. Yeah, man. I've done a lot of exams in my time. And it's stressful. And yeah, I know how stressful it is. So all this stuff below now is gonna get put somewhere else. On-draw reflections, that's an interesting thing there. Some kind of lambda. Wonder what that's for. Okay, doesn't matter. So all this stuff is gonna go eventually. Because this is just, apart from sound, which I'm not really sure. Like the way, what it would mean would be, you just cannot put sounds directly into the level. So the sounds folder would disappear. Which means when you place sounds into the level, they'd actually come from a sound bank, which was outside of the level. So the idea behind a sound bank is, if you load the HUD sound bank, all that comes into memory. If you unload it, it all disappears. What that means though, that when we load a level, it would have to load all of its associated sound banks as well. Whereas if we allowed sounds directly in the level, it may not have to load the associated sound banks. The sounds are just embedded within the level. So we might want to support both, I'm not sure. We'll come up with a solution to that. So the submeshes basically belong to, the submeshes just say where in these like vertex buffers, where in the vertex buffers you want to draw like a tree or whatever. Okay. Let's see if we can tidy all this up now. So distance fields is gone. Okay, so what I might want to do is actually put these in order as well. So we've got textures and blobs at the, well, what have we got? We've got ID, path, textures and blobs, room sprites, trees, rivers, river sections, framed animations, lights, cloth meshes, so this is basically like what order they get written to the file. Submeshes, vertices, grass vertices. Where's grass vertices? There. River vertices, pond vertices. Rig initial state. Rig state's not serialized. Rig data. Rigs. Rigs is not serialized either. Ponds. and sounds. So that's basically the order, and then delete below. Delete below. That's duplicated there. If I was to rewrite this API, I would have just one. But I'm not going to. Thanks for the follow, Sigquit. You alright? If you got any questions, just ask, no problem.
Ads running soon.
For some reason I don't get an audio notification of a follower anymore. It's very flaky. This was working and I've literally done nothing. And it's it's stopped working. I'll figure it out another time. Okay, so that's all working, that's fine. So that's all the stuff we've got to take care of. All this stuff here. And all this collision stuff, yeah. Right, so the room is going to have more stuff in it now. It's going to have how are we going to do this? It's going to have basically an index range, I think, for each drawable thing. So basically for each sprite type, an index range for one of them, for each of them. So I think we may as well just put them straight in here. Rather than, like, I don't really want it could be an array. No, I'll put them straight in here for now. So normal sprite range. So this is all just sprite range. And these are all index ranges. Like this. And then that all needs to go in here. Oops. That's room dot. And then we need to build these ranges now. So this is going to be how to draw a room, basically. You're going to have like this where all the normal sprites are, this where all the trees are. Animated animations, framed animations, grass. Some of them aren't sprites, like the tree refers to a tree object. Let's just go to tick room. This is the river range. Trees. Lights. So we need one for lights. Framed animations. Yep, framed animation. So the framed animation is not a sprite range either. I want rigs. Rig state range. Or just rig, yeah, rig state range, I think. Most of these aren't sprites, actually. Pond. Here's the thing. When we do the sorting, it's in finish. They need to be sorted by room. So they need to be like room by room. It might be worth sorting the actual instances at the beginning of the compilation process rather than sorting at the end. So it would be something like here's the thing about sorting by instance. No, I think it would be okay. So it would be something like in build rooms, we have a generator. So we've got content get brush instances. Maybe we should sort the brush instances first. By data type. Maybe that would be the way to go. We'll try that. What I'll do is I'll check that in, what we're doing. Thinking like, when we have these ranges, the ranges have to make sure that there's a beginning and an end point, and that all refers to the same room. A level can be made of multiple rooms, so if we just sort on the actual type at the end, we'll get some from one room and some from another room. But if we sort at the beginning, they come in room by room, so they'll stay room by room. So we'll try that. So content brush instance. Data type. Sort by data type. That means here we'd have to do so instances is that we'd have to do standard ranges sort instances like that, and that's instances. Just means everything's got to essentially be movable. Copy all them again. What happened there? Whoa, something weird's going on there. Something weird is going on with Visual Studio there. It might be because I still had all those selected. There we go. Right, so that means then, I suppose, if we're sorting them here, when they go into the generator, here, they're already in the right order, ordered by data type, which means they should come out in the right order, ordered by data type, and by room. So this is a better way of doing it, which means we don't actually need, I believe, to do any of this. Will already all just be in order. Before we delete it, Let's just if zero it in case it all goes wrong. Where are submeshes? Here. So let's just see if they come out of the process. Now we've sorted. Oh, we need to do the prefabs as well. Because this also does this. So this is auto children. It's prefab content, get brush instances, standard ranges, sort children. Content brush instance. Like that. Let's see if they all come out the other end sorted. So we've got 150 sprites. They're not sorted because there's lights in the way. Yeah, because lights get added in. Things get added in as well. So that's not quite right. Okay. Let's go back then. Well, there's only a couple of steps. Yeah, so that's no good. That is no good. What is it? Rooms. Something to do with rooms. Build rooms. Which means we have to do it the hard way. And make sure they're in room order. So we've got to sort the sprites there by the level sprite. And then maybe a stable sort would work. So we want to sort also by room ID. Let's try the stable sort. So we want to do sort that first and then standard ranges, stable sort, sprites copy, standard less, U64, other room ID. Okay, that doesn't work. We need actually a. We either want to do we might have to do it automatically. Not automatically, with a lambda even. What I want to know is if this will mess up the first sort in any way. I think there is only one room coming in actually. I'm not sure. There might be. So that's room ID 414. So there's only one room coming in. So we need to make 2 rooms. We'll make another room then, eh? This would be better tested with 2 rooms as well. Alright, so let's make a new room. Test 2.room. Put a new layer in it. And then all I'm going to do is probably add a different type of prefab. Like that. We'll do this. So there's 3 prefabs in there, which have all got sprite windows in them. And we'll run the loader. Run the compiler. There's 176 now. Okay, so this is room ID 992. And this is 214. I think actually I need... Ooh, we have some flickering though. Fix that. We need a different, more types of content. We'll put in like a light as well. And a cloth. Okay, so normal cloth on all the windows. So we actually need even more. Now we need to add in maybe sprite window. So we'll just do this. So we've got normal, light, cloth, normal. 992. This is all 992 stuff. 414. Where is the sprite window stuff? So it has kept them in order. Maybe that will work. Otherwise we've got to break it, we've got to sort it by room. Maybe we'll do it to make sure it works. I'm not really sure about this. So first we've got to sort it by room. And then we need basically an array of each, or a subspan of each room. So so we'll go auto current room. The sprites copy 0.room ID. Check that we actually have sprites. And then we're going to go auto index range. Room range 0, 0. And then we do for auto sprite for s in sprites copies. If sprite copy s dot room ID is not equal to the current room, do something else. Room range plus plus. So I think maybe we'll do R2 S room range first in sprites copy like that. And then we'll do while room range dot last is not equal to sprites copy dot count. Keep doing this. So that's room range dot first is equal to room range last. This is room range dot last plus plus. I'm wondering if we could do it a different way. And just get all the rooms So the game level has rooms in it. So it could do something like auto room, level rooms, get rooms. Then we could do for auto sprite. For auto sprite in sprites where I've got room ID is equal to the room.id. Like this. So this is room range. And then we do room range dot last plus plus first equals room range first equals room range dot last. And then we can just have our auto room span or room span or something is equal to standard span sprite copy dot subspan room range dot first room range count, and that would be the actual thing we would sort on. So we would sort that room span. So we would do standard ranges sort room span level sprite. Assuming you can sort on a span, I'm sure you can. And that would just slowly sort them. We'd sort them room by room anyway. And the rest can remain the same. So let's check that. Okay, so we got 0 to 37. The first 37, from 0 to 37. Sprites copy. Yeah, a 992. And then we just sort those. Then we start at 37 with 414 the room. So that's 150. So 37 up to the end. We sort those. So now Sprites copy should be sorted first by room, then by type. Awesome. Right, so now we have some flickering happening. This can be a straight up sort as well now. It doesn't need to be stable. We have some flickering of things going on. And the light is not appearing there. So it shows the light, something to do with the light is wrong, because this flickering is like the distance field being drawn or something. So first and foremost, the first thing I'm going to do is not do this. See if the flickering is still there. What's the problem here? Pretty sure that's like this. So it's actually here. So the flickering's either because we've got two rooms or the sort has broken something. We might not be testing light on room ID actually. That might be a thing. Okay, that's working alright. So it is something to do with the sorts. Let's just sort. Let's not sort these things for now. That's fine. Alright, let's take them off then. And then when we're drawing the actual game level, draw room, thick room even. Okay, so it's something to do with light. So let's see if this flickering goes away and we stop drawing lights. No, it doesn't go away. The only thing that's kind of... Oh, it's this. It's the framed animation. Because that's not complete. It's drawing the wrong textures. So let's not draw the framed animation. Wherever that is. Because it's a sprite range. See. Framed animation gets a bunch of sprites out. We've changed the order of the sprites. That's the problem. Okay, that's fine. To fix that then, need to put a patch in for that. So this does need to actually be a stable sort. That might have been what's broken it. It does actually need to be a stable sort. And then I'm going to put a little note here. Stable sort to keep framed animation sprites next to each other. So the framed animation, the sprite range first. So the actual, if it is a framed animation, we need to go for auto anim level get framed animations where arg sprite range dot first equals S. And then we need to go anim sprite range dot first, well, auto old count equals anim sprite range count. The first is sprite's copy index of sprites s id anim sprite range last is equal to the first plus the old count. That'll reset up the animations. Still broke it though. Okay. So the sprite animation first. (11 to 82). Now goes from 45. And now it's gone. Framed animations. (45 to 116) it goes to now. Still saw some flickering though. Oh, we need to stable sort both of these as well. But it's, let's just check that it's still not hooking up properly. So we've got framed animations and we're going from 110 to 81. Which is wrong because they're kind normals. Oh no, they're type framed animations. So that's wrong then. It should start at 44. Okay, so sprite copy 44. So it's 11. Yeah. So this should be index of sprite 11, 263. It should be 44, which it is. So now we're going from 44 to 115. Yeah, 44 to 115. Yeah, so that's correct. So why didn't it come out correct? So level So we're saying sprite range for it's 110 now. So it's gone from 44 to 110, so something's going wrong there. See what we've done wrong. Root Dragon, how's it going? Game called Sacred 2. I don't know. Unfortunately. Is that what you're playing at the moment? Okay, so level. Framed animations. Where is it? There it is. Sprite range. So I want to break when this value changes. Oh, look, we got 2. Okay. We're changing it to something ahead. Right. So it's changing it from 11 to 44, and it's coming back. So this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Sacred 2, Fallen Angel. Wow, cool. Looks awesome. I don't remember it. 2009, 2008, 2009. Okay. This is no good. So we need to copy the trees as well. So it's level get trees. Rivers copy. River sections. River sections copy. Auto ponds copy. Auto weights copy. And framed animation copy. Okay, so this is actually trees copy. This is river sections copy. No. This is 40 level trees. So that still actually can do it with this type of thing. No, we can't. Can we do for index ref? Don't think we can do that. So we just need to go through all of the trees and do a test. If tree, well, it's just for index ref tree. If tree sprite index is equal to S, then it's the tree copy T sprite index. You want to change? Do it like that, I think. And the same here. Then we're going to go this section sprite index. River sections copy S is that. All right. Working on a Sacred 3. Cool. Okay, so for index ref P pond level ponds if pond sprite index is equal to S, pond copy P dot sprite index is that. And then we can go for index ref L light level get lights if light sprite index is equal to S, lights copy L sprite index is this. If light owner sprite index is equal to S, lights copy is that's the lights one. Last one's the framed animation. If anim sprite range first is S. Okay, and then right at the end, we need to do a swap. So we need to swap all these. Do it like this. See if that works. Okay. Run that. All right. Ooh, now we have a okay, so now that hasn't quite worked, I don't think. So let's sort on the copied ones. Copy. Copy. Framed animation. Doesn't actually have a sort yet. It's going to get sorted on the sprite range. First one. Sort and then a copy. Right. Try that. It's river section that crashed before. Okay, so that didn't actually do anything. Didn't find the river section. Alright, I'm gonna go to Lou. Back in a couple of minutes. And get going. Okay. So it didn't actually detect, it didn't find the actual sprite. The river section sprite. What's going on there then? That's probably a typo. So the actual river section sprite index is 8. It went straight up to... Ooh. Gotta be a typo somewhere. Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look at that. All this two S's. All right, cool. Looking at here. Sacred Plus. It's like a cool old school CRPG. Awesome. Right, so we've still got a problem with the framed animation copies. So this is coming in. Oh look. It's just because it's a framed animation copy. Delete the wrong one. Okay. Perfect. It's not actually a renderer bug, which is good. I thought it might actually be a more of a deeper renderer bug, but it's just a framed animation playing the wrong frame. It's playing sprite, like a different sprite as a frame. There we go. So the light's still off for some reason. The framed animation's sorted out. So why is the light off? That is strange. That's a different type of bug. You can get it on Steam. You heard of Jeff Vogel? He's a very old school CRPG programmer who makes games like this. He did a really cool interview where he shows off his game engine and stuff on YouTube. On gameplay, really. It's not a lot of gameplay. It's like isometric 3D. Well, some of it is. Like, not that. That's drawing. That's 2D. That's 3D, though. Interesting. Okay, so the lights aren't working now. Really addicting game. Cool. So this might not work. So this is not correct. It is. On a Sprite index, the ID. I think that's it. It's like brain fog. We heard of like Mist and Riven as well. Wouldn't mind. They've this. I used to play this as a kid. This is a remake. I used to play the 2D version. Because I remember this. I like going down the tunnels. It's very story based, it's cool. Yeah, it's really cool. Riven, there's Riven and there's Mist. There's a bunch of them that they released in the 90s. Okay, so Sprite's copy might not have it in yet. So that won't work. The owner Sprite, this is like a this needs to go here. No. Good work. What are you doing? Zero. Things actually fine. No, we still don't have the light. What's going on then? The lights. Honor sprite index is 0. Ooh, what's going on there then? So the lights. They both refer to the same sprite. So that's the light sprite. So it's actually sprites light dot owner sprite index dot room IDs. That's the actual bug, I think. Disk 1 and 2. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, look at Jeff Vogel's website, Spiderweb Software. He's got the demos, but you can play for a few hours. He's got some really cool, old school, super old school style CRPG games. You can download, like, he makes them all himself. Like, it's cool. Just a solo dev. I think he uses some artists. Alright, let's see if this works. Ooh, but it's in the wrong place. Okay. There are going to be quite a lot of these bugs that crop up because it's so brand new. So it's in the wrong place. Because light sprite, I want to change this to light sprite. We just need the submesh index. I think. And then we want this is the owner sprite. This is what is casting the light. I think this is on a sprite position, maybe. Let's just go back. Let's make this all the light sprite for now. Need demon tools. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, nice one. Either that or the way we're generating these light sprites is wrong. So minus 2.55. They're sharing a light sprite for some reason. I'm not sure if that's correct, you know. Might have to go back to the light where it compiles the light and change that. Well, that worked. We need to go to load the other room. What was the other room called? Test room 2. Where's where we can just launch this room? I don't think we have a button for that. I think I took that away. So test 2.room we want to launch. Good games do stay good, yeah. Oh, there's grass in it. But the light's in the right place. The grass is obviously, we're not actually testing if we're in the right room for grass. We'll check. We'll make this work before we move on. Yeah, so the grass is just, this is the grass from the other room being drawn in the... Well, we have, maybe have some errors there as well with the... We'll check. We'll get rid of the grass. So the grass... we're drawing the grass. If sprite.room ID is not equal to room... What is it? How are we testing for room at the moment? Room name.id. Okay, so we do have some problem there. With that. It's not rendering it right. That is so weird because that's the... I know it's there as well. And there is some weird effect going on there. Oh, that's just the Z. Z of the light. Okay, so we have a couple of bugs. The Z of the light seems to be wrong. That might be because it's the owner sprite. It's just the light Z might be the light sprite Z. No, it's not. Z bias is not. So the light sprite position 2.5, owner sprite position. They are the same there. Do we want them to be the same sprite though? So they're referring to the same sprite. 3636. I don't think that's what we want. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the default level generator when we're doing lights. So we're doing it on light layer ID coming from the brush. I think we want to do a light layer ID mixed with instance ID. So we'll do #64 instance ID, light layer ID. So I'm going to go auto light ID. Let's see about that then. Well, there's no light in there at all now. That's probably because when we're doing the mesh generation, we maybe can't find the mesh generator. How does this work again? Well, first it got to the texture generator. No, it is just the light layer ID, I think. So we do need... How does this work? Alright, let's just have a look. So we're looking at the brush lighting layer. And the props comes from the instance layer. Yeah, so this does need to be mixed. We need one light sprite. Instance ID light layer. Light layer ID. And that is the light ID. Or the light sprite ID. So when we generate, so the texture generator, normal R32 lighting, so that's fine. So this is just generating the actual distance field. So it's the mesh generator for normal R32. So it's here. This is where the problem is. So we can't find a submesh because it's not just on the layer ID. We have to go sprite. We have to go do it on the sprite ID. So so is it for auto sprite? In level bit sprites. the sprite type is not equal to light. Continue. Else we'll do this. And we go on, go for each layer. And then we just go auto light ID is equals to hash 64 of the, it's just equal to the sprite ID actually. I think the submesh ID I think this is just sprite ID. But we need to get the layer back out again. No, the submesh is the light layer ID. The sprite is that. I think that's how it works. Confusing. Okay. So we're out there referring to different ones now. So just do sprite. And then we'll get rid of the owner sprite. See if this works. Okay, there we go. So it's working there. It's in the wrong Z. And then go to the game config. Check it works in this one as well. Yeah, it does, which is good. So we need to sort out this Z. So the Z is the sprite position plus the sprite's Z bias. What I'm going to do is draw the actual bounding box, see what the position actually is. So this is sprite.localBounds translate sprite position. So we're just going to draw the actual bounding box of the light. Yeah, so that's incorrect. It's drawing it from basically the center. Okay, so that's in the level generator again. So the mesh generator so the bounding box so when we actually draw it, we're not subtracting any origin. So the origin, where's the origin come into play? Light bounds minus origin. So the light bounds is the position inflated by. So the light bounds is right in the middle of the light. So we're not actually using the local bounds at all there. So that means that the local bounds so in finish, we're actually constructing the sprite bounds, subtracting the sprite origin. So if it's a light, it's not the instance origin, it's the width height world. Over 2. The light's bright. Okay. So that's the right, I believe. Maybe not. No, no, no. Is that? I wonder if it's this. So we need to actually get out of the. It's not there. It's the R32 version. Ah, here we go. So we are doing an origin. The origin is just wrong. That origin's probably right. It's the light sprite origin. Um, Brush tile generator. The light sprite. The instance origin. It's width height world over 2. Minus the light file. Local offset. Let's see if that works. With that. Okay, that looks good for the bounds. It's being drawn in the wrong place. That is probably to do with, well, that's definitely to do with this. Probably don't have to subtract the origin. We do have to subtract. The light P though. Maybe there. It's doing it 2 times actually. I don't think so though.
Ads running soon.
So the position. Let's just draw. Just inflate it by 1. The sprite's position. Check that's actually correct. So it's there. I think really it should be up here, where the light is being emitted. Okay, so the position is wrong to start with. So the light P is the new sprite position plus light file local offset, I think. What is local offset? Why is local offset that big? Local offset is -8. Ah, because it's from the bottom left. I think it's just local bounds. I think it's light file. Local bounds. Center plus offset. I think that's what it actually is. Maybe it's new sprite position. So this is local plus the local bounds center. Depends where it's local to. It's not that. It's probably to the tile, you know. It's local to the bottom of the tile. In the tile sheet. Don't know. Let's go back. So this is definitely wrong because this is the actual position of the sprite. The light is on the sprite, but it isn't in the same position as the sprite. Some kind of calculation. I think I have all the data here to do that calculation, to do that transform. So if we minus the origin, I'm going to do as well. We're running the asset compiler 2 times. Just see where. I only want to run it once. Is it doing. Calling app run, and so I'm just going to get rid of that for a second. Okay, so I'm minusing the origin. So this is from the bottom left of the tile. Okay, and now we need to add on. What do we need to add on? Like 1, 2 in X, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 to 5 in Y. Let's have a look at the light file. Where is the light file? So what is local offset? So -8. So let's just open up the sprite in the tile sheet. Alright, so that's the tile there. So we've got this point here. We got this point there. Where is it? So it's 2 away. So I think we've got this point here. So the light is like up here. It is being drawn up here. So let's go to the sprite sheet editor. Where do we draw the light? Draw lights. So it's the light file local bounds translated by the sprite sheet's position. Okay, that gets the position of the light. What we actually want to store is like the position relative to the origin, I think. Local offset. Position plus light file local offset. Let's just try that. So it's offset plus light file local offset. Can't be that though. Because it doesn't take into account where the instance is, the sprite, the actual light is in the world. Alright, we can take 2 minutes, use the loop, then we'll just hammer on with this. It might be new sprite minus origin plus local offset, we'll see. So that is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's maybe 8 by 8 away. by 10. Where would 10 by 10 land it? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 10. No, in the wrong place. Alright, we'll go for this. So it's not properly the light's position though. That's the only problem. And then when we mesh generator, where is it? Oh, it was in the render. I want it. It's in the canvas. Put the origin back in. So the light actually, the position is saying is there. The light's position is actually there. That is correct. That is the light's position though. Oh, okay. No. So it's actually, where are we? So that's the light bounds. So this should actually be center for this to be proper. Okay, so the light bound's in the wrong position. It's in the right position now. So we just need to subtract the width and the height over 2 from local bounds. We kind of need 2 origins, really. We need light origin. Or we could just hard code it in. So we could have something like the level light has in it vec 2 origin. So that was, oops. Array and tech, how's it going? Coding with AI. Wouldn't people judge? I'm not actually coding with AI. I don't really mind it though. If someone wants to code with AI, that's fine. It's the instance origin. Like that. And then when we render, this is the light origin. And then the sprite's origin is just the width height world over 2. Like that. Anyway, how are you going? How's it going? You alright? I think coding with AI is going to be more, it's already very common. I already meet a lot of people that do it on stream. Yeah, I'm doing alright, thanks. I'm just trying to get these sprites to line up. So I've got lights, and then they have bounding boxes, the lights, you see. And this is the level compiler. Okay, so you see it's not quite lined up. So I need to figure out what's going on there. I know what's going on. So that is correct. It's when we're actually... So on the finish... We're going to submesh and then we're subtracting the origin from it to get the actual bounds. So obviously this submesh bounds for the light. Which is calculated in this rect world is not quite right. So I wonder which one it is. Well, let's start by just doing vec2 0. Not having an origin at all. Did you do a bit of coding, Ali? Something that you do as a hobby or as a job or anything like that? All right. So let's just try now doing this one. So that seems to be kind of just moving everything. Doing freelancing. All right, cool. Merchant in games. Ah, yeah, okay, cool. Being developers like an NPC, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get this one lined up again because so that is center. directly in the center. So it's slightly off. So we're just gonna go if sprite type is equal to eSprite type light. We'll just break there. So the sprite origin is 1010. So if once we get the submesh out, the submesh origin is not, submesh bounds XY is not going to be 0, 0 for some reason. It's 2 in X, 5 in Y. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that is actually relative to that origin. So we need to actually minus the origin of the earning tile. Where are we? Since you got experience, does it pay like less than $150? With mini follow view. You mean like per month? Depends how many viewers you get. Like, I think you need to qualify as an affiliate to begin with. So you need a minimum number of viewers. Then you get your vast majority of money from subscriptions. So if you really push people to subscribe, which I don't do, you could get that. You could get that. So it's instance origin. Got to plus the instance origin. But yeah, people who earn decent money off Twitch, I think, push people to subscribe, do discounts, do rewards and all that stuff. It's how good you want to be at marketing. No. This music's mental. Turn it off. Let's just go back. And then go there again. Bamberg, how's it going? Yeah, see you later. Thanks for the follow. How's it going? I am no idea what I'm doing at the moment. Quite tired today. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day. Been continuing the game project. Yeah, cool. Right. So to get this to work, this is the sprite origin. Got some more enemies, some timers, things to collect. A lot of hard code included. Yeah, cool. You don't have a lot of time, do you? So it's worth cutting the corners. See, obviously the corner cutting. So I'm trying to get this. This is the bounding box, but it's relative. It's being relative to the bottom left. So I need to actually subtract that, the width over 2 and the height over 2. So obviously the corner cutting way would just be do it here. But what I want is to actually do it off the local bounds when it's compiled. So I'm a bit too tired to actually. So we might do it here. We might put the origin in here. So width, height, world over 2. And then on finish, we can detect if it's a light. Didn't really want to have to do this, but I'm going to do it because I can't be bothered to do it in all that maths. Submesh bounds xy minus equals we need to know what light we're in though. Okay. This project shortly after, that's an entire month. Alright. Yeah, no problem. See, try and get it sorted out. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go for auto light in level, get lights. Got light dot sprite index. Sprite index. And then the submesh. So the submesh is sprite dot submesh index. I'm gonna do this later. And we're just going to go submesh it dot local bounds dot bounds dot xy minus equals light dot origin, and the sprite local bounds dot xy is the same. That should do it. Game engine we use is so bare bones. Alright, yeah. You've got yeah. I'll help you as much as I can, for sure. One out of 10 of the complexity of the Benjin. Yeah, sounds cool. There we go. So now this is actually center, which is what I want. It's lights emit from the center, obviously. Are you going to release the game that you make? Just somewhere online. There we go. I had to kind of hard code it a bit, but there we go. So let's just check on the other prefab that I worked, on the other room that it works. Maybe if it turns out good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my engine is a labour of love, isn't it? See, that's wrong. That's wrong. That one's right. That one is wrong. So... what's going on there, then? Interesting. It turns out bad, it stays as the assignment. Yeah. That one is right, that one is wrong. That's confusing then. So what's going on there? Because it's the same code path. So let's just skip this. So the sprite origin might potentially... I don't know. When it comes to math, I'm not very good. Great. Yeah. Yeah, you need to know a bit of it for sure. So that is off on there. For some reason. Put this at 0, 0. I don't think that even built. Oh yeah, because we're not doing it from launch now. You need to know a bit of maths, yeah. Mostly geometry. Fake it till you make it. Yeah, that's it. So that isn't directly in the middle anymore. Okay, so let's open up that prefab and delete that other light. None of it stuck long term. Yeah, well, I suppose coding, if you code all the time, working on engines like this, it's a good way to get it to stick in your head. Having said that, a lot of it you do just kind of like code once and then leave. But stuff like geometry, you would use all the time. Right, so what's going on there then? So we've got two of the same thing. In different rooms. So if we go to test 2 room, it seems to be fine. Geometry is not yet. Yeah. Comes with practice. So I don't know the difference between these two. One is not part of a prefab. Graph algorithms. Yeah. I mean, the more practice you get, the more you do. It's not part of a prefab. One is part of a prefab, one is not. That's the difference there. So it's offset. Been a day of just trying to fix bugs today. Far longer than the deadline for this project. Keep the scope though. Yeah, that's it, yeah. So it's not part of a prefab. This is part of a prefab. So if I make that 0, 0. No 3D, just 2D. 2D yeah, 2Ds. There's not much difference really on a single person project between 2D and 3D, other than one more dimension. Yeah, look, that's completely wrong. So what is going on there then? Been drawn in the right place, just the bounding box is wrong. Okay. So how about if we delete the one in the other room? Might be the fact that there's two in the same room, two of the same light in different rooms. So if I delete that, and then we rerun it. Yeah, cool. Right, so there's only one light now in the entire game. And it's wrong. Is it wrong? The position... No, it's not wrong, Adam. So, what am I doing? We do... If we do this pass now, if you had one more week, yeah, hopefully you get a good grade for it. It'd be cool, wouldn't it? Okay, so that is correct. We put a light in a different room. Put it at 0, 0. And then we run it. Is it still correct? It is not. Okay. So that must mean something in the mesh generation, because that's the only thing that shares. Hey, how's it going? You alright?
Hey.
Good.
Sweet.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Right, so they're both at 0, 0. Some weird performance issues. Ah, yeah. Come to it, you would expect that, though, wouldn't you? I suppose if you're only working on it for a little bit. So that's 0, 0. So then when we do the mesh generator, so I'll put a breakpoint there, and then the mesh generator. Put a breakpoint here as well. So they should both come out with same values for the local bounds. Yeah, thank you, that'd be great. So this is the same for both. 2 minus 2. Should be only one mesh generated even. Yeah. So the sub-mesh bound is minus 2, 3, 2020. Both got the same origin. It's 12. Oh, okay, I know what's happening here. This is they're both referring to the same submesh. So we can't do this. It's going like, oh yeah, it's getting the same submesh A out, doing a minus equals. It's going to get in submesh A out again and doing another minus equals. Oh, that's a weird bug. UI framework had some excellent performance. Yeah, take your time with it, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know really where to start with memory performance in C#. I'd have to do a lot of reading. It works completely differently, doesn't it, to C++. I'm sure you can control all the memory. I'm sure that's there. So we have to go through the submeshes. So we have to go. So it doesn't work for either of them. So it would be for auto submesh and submeshes. Great, thank you. For auto sprite. Sprites. If sprite, if submeshes sprite submesh index equals submesh, continue, else we do this and we break. That's it. That's it. Which is different though, where I can't do exactly what I'm used to. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd find it a lot harder to make a game engine in a different language like C#. I'd be a lot slower with it. Even like DirectX. I know you can do DirectX and stuff in C#, but I've never done it before. And then we'll go if sprite type is equal to eSprite type light. To get the light, level get light. So we need to go, we're doing it kind of backwards, really. Yeah, no problem, yeah. No problem. So this is a for index ref as well. For index ref s sprite in sprites, and then we can say if light sprite index is equal to s, then we do this. All right. One way to do it. So that means we're only touching submesh once. Go through and get a light. Okay, let's see then.
Ants running soon.
No, completely didn't work. Generator PVZ. Ah, yeah, okay. Make your own version. Yeah, nice one. Quite a long way till we get a light. I was saying the... Okay, so what we need to do is this, and then with each sprite submeshes arg.sprite index bounds. No, it's arg.bounds is equal to that. Oh, sorry, what did you say? To what? Yeah, I said you're gonna remake a beloved game is good. It's a cool idea, as long as it's not like really, really hard. This is local bounds. Submesh index. Okay. Let's have a look at the light. Well, let's just run it. Alright, that looks good. One of the ideas, yeah, cool, okay. What's PVZ? I've not heard of that acronym. Plants vs Zombies. Is that what you mean? Plants vs Zombies. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah. That sounds like a cool idea, that. Alright, so let's put these lights back in. Be in the prefab though. So put that one in. Onto there. And then we'll put that one back there, or wherever it was. Then we'll run that. Replanted. Okay. Yeah. It's a shame. Alright, that looks good now. So that's the bounding box for that light. And that's the bounding box for that light. Right. Finally, you're onto something. Took a lot of extra coding in the finish today to get ready for this change. So let's just open up 2 test2.room. I did see we have got a little bug in here as well. We should fix to do with alright, so we've got multiple lights in here. What's going on there then? Oh, there is multiple lights. Oh, it's just because there's multiple instances. Just see what we're looking at. We've got a little. Okay, so there aren't enough lights to start with, and the Z order is wrong. And here it's like not even drawing. It's not even painting the full circle there. Okay, so this needs proper fixing now. Got 2 lights in the same place. So let's have a look. I wonder if it's because they do come from. So it's to do with the light sprite. The brush tile generator. So here we're saying it's instance ID and layer ID. The problem with that is it could be from a prefab. So when we do this, content brush instance could be from a prefab. So this won't work either. So how do we do this? If it's from multiple prefabs. So what's happening here, I think, is that this is coming from a prefab. Well, first, let's just run this and get rid of the thing that's not from a prefab. Everything else, we'll get rid of that. Oops. What's that from? I wonder if that is a bug as well. I know there, that is some kind of bug. Right, so let's just run that. So there's only prefabs in there. But there's more. So what's happening there is, I think these are all coming from prefabs, which means the offset is not 0. So we've got instance ID 318, and it comes from a prefab content data. Where are we? Prefab content data. So that instance is 318. That instance is also 318. And that instance is also 318. So we basically need unique sprite IDs. And unique lights. Which means that this API is going to have to change a little bit, I think. For all brush tile generators. Which there's a few. Where we pass in like the parent ID as well, and they can get mixed as they go, so everything gets a unique ID that's deterministic, so every time I compile the level it would be the same every time. Okay. So we're just gonna go U64 parent ID like that. All of them blooming it. All of them expanded. Aye. That's a parent ID. That's a parent ID. That's also a parent ID. Oh, why is it expanding on me? That's annoying. Okay, there we go. So the parent ID here is 0. And the prefab, the parent ID is #64 parent ID with the prefab content ID, get ID. No, with the instance ID. That is the new parent ID. Okay. I wish these were all still collapsed. And then we can go through them one at a time. Alright. So I'm actually going to move this out to here. Okay, so this one, we'll start here. That's fine. This one, the ID is #64 parent ID, instance ID. Like that. That is #64 parent ID, instance ID. So the new river data ID might need to get hashed with the parent ID as well. Parent ID, river ID, and then that just uses the new river ID hashed with the section to make the sprite ID. That's good. This is #64 parent ID, instance ID. Grass. This probably needs to be hashed in with, what is it? with the room ID. And the parent ID to make this work. We do instance offset and Z bias. That might be enough. I think that's enough. Same there. Well, that might be what's causing the actual bug of the rendering of the floor there, where it's not drawing the full circle. So that's hash 64 parent ID, instance ID. Pen sprites. So that's hash 64 parent ID, instance ID as well. And that is the new sprite ID, the layer ID. Okay. Let's see what happens then. So we make a new sprite, but this time, because there's three same instance IDs, they're all going to get different IDs based on the parent ID as well. And that means we have new light sprites. All point to the same submesh though. So see, the instance ID is still 318. But now because we're hashing it with a different parent ID, 688 or 67. So it's still 318, but we're hashing it with 067 now. So we've got on different. Basically, it's all it all creates separate sprites, even though they're all got the same instances, because they all come from the same prefab. There we go. So we have our lights now, because they're all separate. The only thing that's kind of wrong is, well, the Z order is wrong, which might be the easiest thing to fix. And this is wrong. So the Z order will work on now because that's the easiest one, I think. He says. So if we open that prefab up, Z is 0. I think Z bias is 0 for all of them. Maybe. That's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was open the actual text file. This prefab. Which we haven't coded in yet. We'll have to do that so we can open the text file. So that is paths.prefab. Levels, boat, prefabs. No, prefabs. Paths.prefab. I'm going to check that Z bias is zero for everything. Yeah. Okay. So this, I think, is wrong. Because the Z bias must be like being offsetted by this bounds, which is right down here, which would draw it in front of the light. But because this is a flaw, you see, you might want to do it different. So game level, thick rear. So where we draw the sprite window. So we're getting the Z by the sprite position. I think it's just sprite.z bias. So for Windows. So we will just copy this. Sprite type window. It's just the sprite's Z bias. It's not based on the position. I should hopefully fix okay, didn't fix it. However, it should fix it. So these are all how do we want this to work, really? It's because they have the same Z bias, but the floor is getting drawn first here and then the light, and then in the game the light is getting drawn first and then the floor. But that's what's happening. got normal, normal, normal. Window, 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 window. Yeah, so the normal's getting drawn. And the windows are the floor. And then the lights. And because they've got the same Z bias, it's not sorting them properly. So how do I want to handle that? Well, there's nothing to sort. This is again because we're actually sorting the we're sorting the sprites, which is meaning in the level editor they're getting drawn in a different order. This makes me not really want to sort them now. I mean, I do want to sort them, but they have to preserve the draw order sometimes. And they have to preserve the draw order. Yeah, that one is there. That's interesting. Oh no, he isn't. What am I talking about? Yeah, how do I want to do that then? We can stable sort them on room. Can still do that. That's maybe all we can actually do though. I bet if I just stable sort them on room, well, they are already sorted by room actually. Let's F0 this to there. Yeah, we've still got that problem. Normal light, normal light. All right, let's just so. So we just want to do the test room to. So we've got 31 sprites. Normal light, normal light, normal light, then all the windows. So why game bar content when we actually render? Look at this. Brush instances. So it's when we want to do a prefab. So we've got sprite window, sprite window, sprite window, normal. So when we actually generate, sprite window, sprite window, sprite window, normal. I'm going to do sprite window first. Okay. Right. So what's happening there is we're not actually putting it in the sprite until later. So it's not preserving the draw order. Right. So we do need to preserve the draw order. How do we do that then? So we could put it in the level sprite. So where would it be? So I'm going to move this as well out here. So we're just looking at all these. So I think rather than pass the parent ID, we're going to pass the ID. So this would be a better way to do it. This is not, so wherever it say parent ID, it's just the sprite ID really. Whoops, it's going so... Alright. Where are we? The parent ID will be... What should we call it? It might not be a sprite, you see. We'll call it sprite ID. I'll just... New ID. New bird, how's it going? It's going alright here. I'm just figuring out architecture stuff really. How to make everything work with prefabs. It's quite hard. But I'm getting there. I'm slowly working it out. Okay. We are doing alright. So this would be the new ID, right? Which is just here. So that would be new ID. Here I'm not sure what we're gonna do. But some 1.4 meg floppy disks. Yeah, that sounds absolutely awesome. So this is obviously, I think this is a problem why the sprite windows aren't working, is to do with the prefabbing. Because this has no concept of ID. So we'll have to work on that. And there as well, with the grass. So this is the new ID. R64 River ID with the new ID, yeah. Sprite ID, River ID with the section, yep. This is the new ID. This is the new ID as well. So the child ID this time. And this, rather than being 0, is the instance ID. So what we can do now is go new ID to draw order. Yes, I'm trying to preserve the draw order. That's what I'm trying to do. So the level generator creates sprites, but sometimes it has to create sprites later on because it needs to test things and stuff like that. And then it adds the sprites into the sprite array, but they're in the wrong draw order. That's what's happening. So now that we have this thing here, we can have in the context struct draw order ID order, and then we'll do static inline counter. And then we will just say draw order, so we'll say explicit draw order. This. And the context needs an array of them. So we'll just do when we do this, we're just going to go context draw order place new ID or instance.id like that. Check that works. And in the prefab generator here as well. So we want new ID and we're going to go context draw order place new ID. This, and then in finish we can do is we can go well, so the draw order this needs a sort, which is the order. So now we can do context. Oh, sorry. So we're going to do standard ranges, sort, draw order, standard less, draw order. So that'll sort it by draw order. And then what we need to do then is all this. Basically. We don't sort by room. Sprites copies, sprites, and then what we're going to do here. Sprites, so this is actually array level sprite. Sprites copy. And then we're going to go for auto dr in order in draw order. Sprites copy dot add sprites dot find sprites dot begin sprites order. Is that right? No. Sprites find ID. That will create the actual sorted sprites that we need. We have 16 in the draw order. So we'd expect all sprite windows to go to the front. Ooh, it didn't work. Right, I have to take 2 minutes. Use the loo. I'll be back. Yeah. Almost there. Almost there. But not quite. I don't think we can do this here. We're not always going to create. We're going to might create even more than one sprite here. So over here, the sprite ID is based on the new ID. But it's not the new ID. And there's more. It generates multiple sprites for one instance. Interesting. It's only really the grass and the sprite windows that we have a problem with this. And the floors. So if we do sprite window. We might need to pass in the draw order. Here. Saying like this is where it appears. So this would need to actually pass in the new ID. We could get the draw order based on the new ID. Or we could have some kind of static like So it would be U60. So it would be static get U64 ID. No, it wouldn't be. It would be in the context. It would be get draw order. Get draw order would be actually be this. It would be size T index equals draw order looks of ID. Index is equal to draw order. Draw order place ID. Be that. Not const. And then we would add it in here. Context draw order place instance ID. And then in the prefabs new ID. Like this. And then we're doing the brush tile. When we're doing this, it's already there. New ID is already there. Yeah, awesome. That's great. Yeah, thank you. So then when we add new sprites here, so maybe when we add a sprite, we create a draw order as well. For that sprite. So it'd be in the context. It'd be like no. Maybe something to do with this. This would be a thing where we could add sprites to it. And it has the draw order in it. It would be like for the sprite window. We would have to do get, this would need to take get draw order. So this would have the draw order in it. That's great, cheers. Like that. We'd have to test. The draw order as well. This would be context, get draw order, UID, like that. This is turning into quite complicatedness. Is that right though? In there, or is it in the tile cell? It might be in the tile cell that we need the draw order. Okay. Go back. This is a draw order. UID. So we will do so this will be order. Like this. And this will be that. Draw order. So we could pass it in. So it could be like draw order. It's this. And all the generators have a new ID and a draw order. That might be better. Windy. Second. Storming up. And the generators themselves, a new ID and a draw order. This. So this is just the draw order now. And then we'll do this. Sell. Okay. Okay, cool. So what we need to do in the context context is we have get draw order, and then draw order. Say contains, if not draw order, contains ID. Place it, return true, else return false. Good. Then we need to go through all these generators again now. Now we have the draw order. The order we expect. So this, rather than, yeah, we need to do context add sprite, giving a draw order. So need size t, add sprite. New sprite. And then we want the draw order. Like this. And we want to go plus level, get sprites, add standard move, new sprite. Draw order, new sprite dot ID, draw order. If we can add it, so that needs to be standard optional. This, and rather than adding the sprite directly now, I'm gonna go context add sprite, new sprite, draw order. We needed the sprite index or something. Here we go. So that's auto sprite index. If not, we're going to go VM assert sprite index like that. And then this is going to be context add sprite standard move new light sprite draw order. Okay. This one, that's fine. That's fine. So I'm wondering here as well. We need to save the draw on order. The framed animations need a draw order as well. So the brush tile could start the draw order. What I want to know is, oh, it's in here, isn't it? But how are the sprites created? So it's U64 draw order. We also need the context. Now. After Z bias. So this is context and sprite. Standard move new sprite. Order. Well, we'll assert that it works. Okay, cool. So that one's done. That one's done. That one's done. Sprite window. That has the draw order in, passing through the draw on order. Grass passing through the draw order as well. So this is sprite index is context sprite order. Are we using it there for something? Maybe we don't actually have, maybe it is just that. We can just pass it in. Yeah, so we want to move them. Cool. So does this need the new ID as well? Is it gonna I think it does. So the cell also needs the new ID. The new ID. Alright, see you later. Back tomorrow, hopefully about 9:30, something like that. Yeah, have a good evening. I thought you were saying gotta go. I've got to go at 4, so I've got 40 minutes. Good game, alright. Thought I was gotta go. Shows what I know, innit? Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm going at 4. Just before 4. Alright. So this is context. Add sprite. Use sprite. Draw order. Okay. It's getting more and more complicated. Draw order, UID. New sprite, draw order. Okay, so the only things we've got to change now is the sprite window stuff. Texture generator, sprite window. So wherever we're generating the sprites here, So this. So we have the draw order in the cell instance, or in the cell. Is it? It's in the cell, or is it in the cell instance? It's this the tile cell. So it's in the cell instance. Full compiler with a floppy. Yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? So do we have the context? We do. Awesome. So this. So this sprite ID. Use the cell UID. Do we store that in the cell instance? What do we call it? Cell instance. Oh, right. So it is actually in the. Ooh. How does collision work at high level? So it uses the separating axis theorem for the most part, and then there's two algorithms: a separated axis theorem that I use, and some of the rigid body stuff. It uses the GJK, the well-documented collision algorithms. How much does it support? So the general issues with collision detection are it only works on convex objects. So if you had like a V shape, collision detection won't work. So you'd have to split it into two tests, one for like this part and one for that part. But that's straightforward. And all you do is you draw them in with the level editor. See if I can get it to work. I'm right in the middle of changing this, so it might crash, but we'll see. Let's get through all these. Oh no, let's just get the last. Did we do a release build? This might be an old build. This. Nothing there. I can't show you the level editor. I need to get this to compile and I'll show you, but it's just separating axis theorem. Yeah, mostly that's what you're doing with your character running around. How do you handle the cases where the objects are moving really fast and the hitboxes are small? So you generally do it over multiple fixed time steps. That's generally how you do it. So it's frame rate independent in a way. So you get your delta time. If it's very, very small, I mean, you've got a very, very high frame rate, then you accumulate to a fixed amount. So you want to test 60 times a second or whatever until you get to 16 milliseconds, and then you do a test. If it's a very low frame rate, so the delta time is very large, you can do multiple tests a frame. That's how you should do all the physics, really. If collision detection falls into physics, so all the cloth and everything does that as well. Yeah, you do multiple tests a frame. Well, you just fix it 120 times a second, which means you need a dynamic kind of updater. It's independent from frame rate. Or have enormous collision volumes. That would also work. Yeah. Physics is generally fixed time step. Independent. So graphics are varying time step usually. Physics fixed. Don't have any difference. I didn't end up using separate. Oh yeah. It's a very small algorithm. I'll find it. Where would it be? Oh, axis separates, I think. No. Whoops. What's going on here? Separates. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Just take that off. Where would it be? I've highlighted template for some reason. Movement controller. Tick. I haven't looked at this code for a long time, so I don't know exactly where it is. Axis. Oh, it's called compute minimum translation distance. I thought it was called axis separates. Oh, part of it is called axis separates. Poly A, poly B. I'll give you this code. Back. Does this work? It's a little bit dodgy on the old formatting. Compute minimum translation distance, that's what it does. So that's like how far you need to move to not be collided. So it's a displacement. That's the thing I called intersection depth. Oh yeah. But it's the same thing. Yeah. Compute minimum translation distance. This is uses separating axis, and then the GJK one. It's a full class, so this is a little bit more involved because this has like it does rigid body physics, so things can that hit each other and spin out the way and stuff like that. And then I've got this is broken, fix me. That's if they are not intersecting. So this is like what you were talking about, getting the time of impact stuff, where if it's moving very fast. This uses a slightly different method. This can predict before it intersects when it's going to intersect. Yeah. This does work. This is good. I've used this. This is quite. I ported it over in last March. But I've had it in the code base for a long time. We'll use it in the game probably. You've got to take it slow, yeah. Physics is hard. It's generally seen as a hard subject. Okay. All right. So let's have a look then. Come over here a second. So it's here really. So we're going to hash it to create the new ID. And then we're going to call get draw order on the new ID. I'm going to add a bunch of those. So lots of sprite windows. So this is a normal. So we make a new sprite. I'm going to call add new sprite at that draw order, which is 4. .022. So I'm going to go existing. Else if existing order, is it order equals order. True. It's a not keyword. Yeah, it does, yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah, it does. I use all of the actual words rather than the... So I use the word and as well. Find first. Because some people get confused. It's good and bad. I think it is more it explains it a bit better, but I think you can get a bit used to reading it in English, so you can do like, what's the thing that used to catch me out? I can't remember. They should replace not and or with that. Yeah, So you can write the word and or and not. But you lose the type. A lot of people put, so they'll go like not X and 2. But if it's like this, it's a bit ambiguous. Like, well, it's for a new programmer. Does it mean not X and 2? Or does it mean, because you can't do that, you know what I mean? You can't have it tightly against it like you can there. That's where it kind of falls down. Ah, yeah, okay. Short circuit, cool. So what's going on here? We'll do index of. We'll say if index is draw order count. Does it easily support? Yeah, it does. Yeah. Split screen is happening all the time actually, but with the UI. So when I have like the panel down the side with all the properties in, and then the game board itself, that's two separate renderable things in split screen. Yeah. They want to render to some canvas. Yeah, that's it. That's how mine works. So you can create canvases. Canvases have their own coordinate system. So they have a bunch of things which are quite handy. So they have their own coordinate system, meaning you can draw to a canvas and then draw it anywhere on the screen because they have the local coordinate system. So you can just move it around. And you can draw to it once and then draw many of them copied over the screen. You can draw to it once and never empty it, and you can draw the same canvas over multiple frames. It's got a good kind of flexibility. And then you can, so for instance, if you wanted to do dockable things, I haven't implemented dockable things because I don't really need it, but this is just a canvas in the engine. So when you pull it out, you just create a new window and draw the canvas in that new window. It'll be really straightforward. You just do like window.draw canvas, and then you just draw that canvas into the window. Applied to the canvas, yeah. Or any effect. You could skew it if you wanted to. It would take a bit of work because you would have to render it, then skew it, and then render it again. Render the actual back buffer again on the skewed or whatever, rotated or scaled. You have to think about it. When I come off this engine stuff and go back to the game, I'm going to do some 3D effects for the UI. So you'll be able to like draw to a canvas as normal, but then paint that canvas on top of an object in 3D space, you know, which will be quite cool. Alright, so this was what was causing it, because it was already in. Already in that drawer order. So what we're essentially saying is that this sprite is taking that new ID, and then the light sprite makes a new one, it adds it in. Same draw order. Yep, they're a reflection in someone's eye. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like, yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? Like the UI. Yeah, you could do all. Yeah, you could do. You know, like a, what do they call it? Fish eye lens. How would you make it? So you'd render the canvas. I'll show you this. I already do that effect actually. Almost. So here, this is like a fish eye. It's very subtle actually, but the lines get closer together the further round the sphere. It's actually subtle. You could bend this and make it really, really fish eye. But I could draw to this normally and it would wrap around the sphere, which I do. This is the radar. The way you do it, I can't remember how you do it. It's in the projection in the shader, so you just project it onto a sphere instead of a flat surface. How does this work? What do I call it? Minimap. I honestly couldn't tell you how this works now. Obviously this is bending it, this field of view, theta. So you would change that number to get more of a bend, and it draws the lines. Yeah, but generally it's just a distortion in the shader that you do, that you use. I think you can make projection matrices that do it as well. We'll explore all this when we get to it. Okay, so that didn't add in. So the new sprite ID is the new ID. We're going to do a lot of graphics programming soon. It's going to be cool. Good to get off this editor stuff, really. Oh, it's saying assert main thread. That's a typo. So the sprite window stuff now. Where are we creating the sprites? So this is each instance, and it has a new ID and a draw order. But we are actually only creating one sprite at the end. So we need to we need the minimum draw order essentially. I think that's how this is gonna work. So the draw order well, we'll just say the draw order, say it's 0. No, we'll say it's, well, what do we want to do? So we're going to go draw order. Yeah, we'll say it's the maximum value for now. Equals the min of the draw order cell instance dot draw order. That gives us the draw order. And the sprite ID we could just do this. We could just say so this is context sprite draw order. Right, so let's see what happens here. Draw order is 1. Got 2 instances in here. Draw order of 1, draw order of 3. We're putting it in draw order of 1, this sprite. Alright. And then in finish, we'll do this. Got 44. Some sprites didn't get added there. Are what? Which ones? So sprites is 31, draw order is 44. Interesting. I would expect them to be the same. Well, the prefab adds it in. Okay, so sprites copies all the windows and the normal and the light, all the windows, normal and the light, all the windows, normal and the light. So that is correct. So here where we're actually sorting on the rooms, sorting them by room. I don't actually think we want to do that yet. Stable sort. Yeah, so stable sort's good because say you're going to sort on integer like I'm doing here. Draw order is a sort on integer. It's a sort on the order. So 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. So where the order is the same, so where the order of number 2 is the same, the order of these elements is not changed. So this could be frames in an animation. 1, 2, 3, 4. What I don't want to do is sort them to be like 2, 3, 1, 4 or whatever. I want them to remain 1, 2, 3, 4, which means that it will sort them in blocks. So it'll put 0, then all the 1s, but it won't change the order of the 1s. All the 2s, but not change the order of all the 2s. And that's good because I have framed animations, you see. So I want them to be the frames to remain in order. Do you get that? Yeah, it's good. It's a little bit slower than normal sort, but this is an offline thing anyway. Actually need to do that as well. So yeah, that's a good catch. So they're still not coming out in the right order though. Window, 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 normal, window, 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 window. So they are in the right. Oh, I probably know what's going on. It's probably because they're being drawn in a different order here. So this all needs redoing. You know, we are drawing the sprite windows and then the lights. Is that true? Or the lights and then the sprite windows? So we're drawing the windows and then the lights. Let's have a look. So there we go. The Z bias is okay. If we were just doing on Z bias, that would be it. So the sprite window Z bias. Zero is not actually correct because 0 is halfway up the window, really. I'm gonna have to go. We need to think about how we're going to do Z bias. So yeah, all that stuff is good. That preserves the order. Evident, all this stuff. This is quite a bit of code. This is good code, but we probably will keep because it tells us. It will be able to tell us eventually where each room's sprites are in the level. It doesn't work at the moment. But yeah, I'm going to have to head back tomorrow to continue working on this. Quite complicated though. But yeah, I'll hopefully see people tomorrow. So yeah, see you later.